Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. I hope that you are doing well today. If you are new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints most every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you are watching live, welcome to you. And if you are watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. Today, I am very mentally drained. It's been a long week, but a good week. Overall, like it's a good kind of tired. So I have nothing to complain about. I just am definitely feeling like I'm not sure what level of concentration I'm going to be able to dedicate to just reading tonight. So I'm hoping to be able to be productive in potentially a couple different ways. One of those is that I am hoping to finish a book tonight. I'm hoping to finish Mickey 7. And I am enjoying this book so far, although I do have some general comments about the way that it was written. And I went ahead and went to the library and picked up a copy of the sequel because I realized that in order to fully be able to give an impression of the story, I'm going to have to read the second book, which to me is not normal. It's not normally the way that I do reviews of books. So I have 40 pages left in Mickey 7. I definitely think that I can finish this tonight. It's just a matter of whether I'm going to start the sequel or whether I'm going to read a different book. And I have it down between two different books that I'm thinking about starting. So I'm going to create a survey later on during the sprints and ask you all which of the two you think that I should read. So that hopefully will be fun. As always, I have questions for you all that we're going to do for each sprint. I love to hear from all of you, even if you are part of the recording and you're not watching this live. I still want to hear your answers to these questions as we go through, so feel free to put them in the comments. But this is a chill time to sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket like me, or put a fan on you if you're lucky enough that where you are it's the end of summer right now. And tonight I am just going to be drinking water. I have started, I don't want to necessarily say health goals because I feel like it's very easy for people to give up on health goals, but I have some like general life improvements that I am planning on making as we get towards the warmer weather. I'm starting to kind of prepare and plan for increasing my walking, and I'm going to start hiking again, which is something that I have desperately missed. And so I have been very carefully tracking my calories and tracking my exercise. And I'm very happy to honestly just be drinking some water tonight. So that doesn't bother me at all. I have already had dinner. For anyone who wants to know what I ate, I did do homemade pulled pork. It was pork shoulder, so it just completely fell apart. Had it 8 hours in the crock pot, marinating in some barbecue sauce, and took it out, made my sandwich, had some crinkle fries, got my calories to right where I needed them to be, and the food was divine. Like, I honestly do not know the last time that I went to a barbecue place and had a sandwich as good as the one that I was able to make at home, which is a great thing. I'm super happy. Keaton was the one who picked out the barbecue sauce. He picked out, I think the brand was Sweet Baby Ray's, and it was their sweet and spicy sauce. Holy crap, that was good. And I gave him compliments because he's not home yet, so I wanted to let him know it was really good. And he said that that one is his favorite store-bought barbecue sauce, which I did not know. So I'm very happy that I also enjoyed it. So if that has sufficiently made you hungry, either I'm sorry or you're welcome, depending on whether that's a good or a bad thing. I don't know. But please let me know in the comments what it is that you are going to be working on tonight for sprints. Like I said, I'm probably going to be bouncing around between a couple different things. So I'm not sure whether, like, if during this first sprint I'm going to read or if I'm going to work on, for example, my book review journal that I want to get caught up on. So tell me what it is that you are working on. And also for those people who came to Cat's channel last night to watch her and I do our discussion of the Winter People, thank you so much. I had a wonderful time doing that live show. It was a great discussion. I joked with Kat beforehand that I was like, well, you know us, it'll turn into like a 2-hour discussion. And it did literally end up being 2 hours. So it was great. I was tired in the end, but very, very happy. And it just means so much that you all came and hung out with us and had some really fun comments. So thank you for that. But anyway, I will get to the comments that were left. And Magnolia was here first and said, hello, I can't join the sprint today. Oh, darn. Things are getting to come up every time. Luckily, it is good things. Oh, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. Have fun later on, and I hope I can be there next week. Yeah, I hope so too. It's always good to have Magnolia. So I don't know, but she's probably already left for the day. But if she ends up watching the recording back, we can send our love to her. And Robert's here. Hi, Robert. Good to see you. Robert says, hello, everyone. I'm currently reading Severance by Ling Ma, and I put it down so I could finish Blackwood's Blue Sky, Aowen Ivy, which was disappointing. No! I'm sorry to hear that. That's a bummer. And Melissa's here. Hi, Melissa. Melissa says, I'm finishing up the Book of Negroes by Lawrence Hill. I've never heard of that. I hope that it's good. And Zach says hi and hello to you, Zach. And Angel says hello, y'all, and hello to you, Angel. And please say hello to Andrew for me as well. And Swank is here. Hi, Swank. And Swank says happy everybody. I think it was supposed to be Happy Friday. Happy Hig. Is it Hig Day and Happy Tooth Fairy Day. Oh, thank you. I remember Nicole said during her sprint how that word is pronounced, and I unfortunately do not remember what the true deciding one was, so I'm sorry. And Caitlin's here. Hi, Caitlin. Caitlin says hello. I'm hoping to finish Deep End by Ali Hazelwood, starting the sprints on page 213. Very nice. Robert says, Keaton, out of a job. Only this week. He very kindly brought me Panda Express yesterday. So he's fully employed still as a great partner. And hi, Chris. Good to see you. And Chris says, hello. Hope everyone is doing well. I hope you are doing well as well. Thank you. And Angel says, yum. Yes, it was. And Swank says, I just had a ham and cheese sandwich with chips and an orange. Ah, that is a pretty healthy meal. So good on you. And Zach says, I was just about to ask if you got Stubbs or Sweet Baby Ray's. Yes, Sweet Baby Ray's. And Faye says, hello. I'm trying to finish up a blog post and then I can read. I'm reading a biography of Chrystia Freeland, a government official in Canada, and A Good House for Children by Kate Collins. Very, very nice. And Heidi said, hello, I finished The Black Company. Yay! I'll be going back to Austin R. to read Brothers of the Wind. That's great to hear. I'm happy for you. I was also gifted a hardcover of The Woman by booktuber Michael Kist, so we'll be starting that too. How wonderful. That's lovely. And hello, Angela. Good to see you. And Angela says, hi, Alex. Yum. Barbecue pulled pork. Been reading some grim fairy tales with Kat and now Moon Garden. Ooh, Moon Garden. I like that title. One of the MGM group reads. Awesome. And Emily. Hello, Emily. Emily says, hey, all. Won't be able to stay long until I need to leave. We'll be reading One Piece. Awesome. Well, thank you for staying for the amount of time that you can. And Faye says it's pronounced Hugga. Did I say that right? Hugga? Hugga. Okay, awesome. Thank you very much to both you and Swank. And Angel says, I'm starting Percy Jackson and the Olympians #4, The Battle of the Labyrinth. I have never read those, but I feel like I really should. There was a lot of series that I missed out on when I was a kid, unfortunately. I don't know what I was thinking, not picking up some of them, but apparently they just didn't pique my interest enough at the time. I had no good excuse. But I wish that I had read Percy Jackson because I have a feeling I probably would have liked it. But we're getting close to the end of the introductions and hellos with everybody. So please feel free to let me know how long you would like the first sprint to be so I can do 30 or 45 minutes. And Angela says, I stockpile Sweet Baby Ray's, as you should. Now, I will say the last time that I got Sweet Baby Ray's, it was not the sweet and spicy. It was some other flavor. And I had told Keaton that it was just too sweet. Like it like overpowered the taste of the barbecue to the point where like it kind of made me gag. Like it was just too much and not enough savory. And so when I saw that he had picked out a sweet and spicy, I was a little nervous that the same thing was going to happen. But whatever the spices that they added perfectly complements the sweet to the point where I'm like, that has to be some of the best barbecue sauce ever. So I guess I just needed to find the right flavor. And Christina says, hi, everyone, reading The Magic Mountain. I have heard of that and have not read it. I hope you like it. And William is here. Hi, William. William says, greetings, and greetings to you too. And Swank says, 45. Awesome. And Angel says, same. Yes, they are good books. Awesome. I love to hear that. Well, I will go ahead and give you all your first question. So we can begin our first sprint. And in the same vein of books that I at least read when I was a kid, I had one I thought of when one day I was considering The Magic Tree House. And one I have for you is if you could go to any period of time, Magic Tree House style, which era would you like to learn about? Because I definitely had some favorites when I was a kid. So also feel free if you read the Magic Tree House to put in the comment for this question also which ones you really liked. So you can answer with that too. And Rebecca's here. Hi, Rebecca. Good to see you. Rebecca says, hi, everyone listening to The Weed That Strings the Hangman's Bag. Oh, okay. That's a cool title by Alan Bradley and knitting a pair of fingerless mittens. I love that. I am considering continuing to work on the sock that I have been working on. I noticed earlier that my fingers were cramping. Not sure what I was doing wrong, but I'm hoping to be able to do that or work on it again a little bit later tonight. So you all might see that, but good luck with your mittens. And with that, I will go ahead and give you all your first sprint and wish you all happy sprinting. And I look forward to seeing the answers to this question. Bye. Oh, here. Let me pause this really quick. Sorry. Don't mean to startle everyone. I've gotten a couple questions. Swank says not familiar with that series, and Heidi said, what does Magic Treehouse style mean? So the Magic Treehouse, for those who are not familiar, is a middle grade series about a couple kids that have a treehouse that is able to take them to different periods of time. So it kind of like spins around, if you will, like kind of think of, I don't know, like Wizard of Oz. And they land in whatever time period that they need to travel to. And then they have a little adventure, and then they get back in the treehouse, and then they go home. So that's kind of what I mean is like you could travel somewhere, you could go and you could see it, and then you could return home. So where would you like to visit if you did that? So I hope that that clarifies everything. And Reader's Retreat is here and says hello, everyone, and hello to you. We're getting ready to start our first sprint. And yeah, so if you have any other questions, I will answer them in the chat. But again, sorry, sorry I started and I took it back. So for real this time, happy sprinting. All right, everyone, come on back. Let me know how you did. I spent that time filling out my book club journal. I had a few books that I was behind on, and so I made as many notes as I could possibly fit into these pages. I wanted to let you all know, I think Kat's going to join later when she's done with her live show that she's doing tonight, but I did end up reading Bunnicula this month, which was cute. I ended up liking it, and then I had to fill out one for that, and then I still needed to fill out one for the Terror and the Winter People. So I got both of those done and prepped for being able to do one for Mickey 7. So trying to stay on top of things. I had gotten really behind on my book journal for months and months and months. Finally got it all caught up, and I was like, I'm going to try to stay as caught up as I possibly can. So I do feel like I was productive during that sprint, and I'm ready for the next sprint to head back in to Mickey 7. That said, I am going to put up a poll on the live right now for you all, which is going to be, what book should I read next? And your options to choose from are Last Night at the Telegraph Club and Year of Wonders. So I'm going to go ahead and put that up for you all, and you can vote. And I'll take a look at that in a little bit, probably after the next sprint, because I'm going to be spending that time reading Mickey 7 anyway. So my question before we started that last sprint was, if you could go to any period of time, Magic Tree House style, which era would you like to learn about? So let's see what you all had to say. And Faye said the Woolly Mammoth era. I do remember that book, so that's awesome that you enjoyed that one. And Melissa said, I would like to go back to the era of the Black Death. Oh, wow. 1380s. Are you wanting to go back being immune to the Black Death? That way you can kind of observe it from afar, or do you want to be embroiled in all of it? I can only assume that you don't yourself want to get sick. So I think that's interesting. You said that would be more like the late 1340s through the 1350s. Okay. That would be okay. Like, you would be able to be put into any part of that time frame. And Faye says, Melissa, take plenty of flea powder. And Melissa says, Faye, like flea powder would help. You said, I would probably get a cat to eat the rats instead. And Swing says, I would go to the early 70s to the Pepsi Cola plant in Dallas when Joan Crawford was there singing autographs, or signing autographs, sorry. I begged my mom to let me skip school and go, but she refused. I've always regretted that. Oh, I would wish that for you too, if you could go back in time, get her autograph. And Zach says, for personal interest, I go to 400 CE Iceland to record skalds telling Norse myths, because what we have is scraps left over after the Christians tried to eradicate their culture. That has been a huge problem throughout history with many different cultures. And Heidi said, realistically, I do not think I would go back further than 1970s. Have seen the show. Have you seen the show Mad Men? I have, Heidi. I will pick 1975 so I could relive my idyllic childhood again. Oh, that's sweet. I personally would be really interesting in going back to the colonial times, the beginning of, what would become the United States, but mostly because I want to see what the very first settlers who arrived before the indigenous population got wiped out by disease. I would want to see the way that all of the indigenous Americans, what their societies actually look like, because they were way bigger and more advanced than what anybody really understands. And to be able to appreciate their culture and see what their lives were like before any white influence, I think that would be really amazing. So yeah, I mean, I don't want to go back to colonial times because I would not be treated very well during those times, and neither would many people. but just like for the historical context of all of the things that we missed because of, the perspective that the white culture was somehow the superior one. That very much was not. So there's that. I also, if we're talking about actual Magic Treehouse books, I used to really love the ones about the pyramids. So that was really cool, learning about ancient Egypt. And I also, even though I hate the cold, I remember the one about polar bears, which is how I learned that the way that polar bears would keep from breaking the ice is that they would slide across it on their stomachs, because the kids had to do that in the book in order to safely like do a little water crossing, which I thought was pretty cool. Those books, honestly, I'm not going to say that everything in them is accurate, but there was quite a bit of educational material in them, and they covered so much. So if you're not familiar with the Magic Treehouse books, they were fun. It's probably some of the best from like my era of being a kid. And Zach says, although if I only had one opportunity to time travel, I'd go take out John Wilkes Booth before he took out Lincoln. Zach, how can you say that? Have you never read Stephen King's book 11/22/63? Where, his character is trying to save JFK. You never know what could happen. Things could end up being worse. You don't know. And Heidi says, Zach, the time continuum will not let you change history. If you save him, he'll just slip and fall down the theater stairs. Oh, yeah, I do enjoy the stable time loop theories in books where I know that happened in Alice in Wonderland through the Looking Glass as well. But, you go and you try to prevent something from happening, and then you end up being the thing that caused it. And that's just going on forever and ever and ever. That's a pretty cool concept. And Teresa says, hello, friends and Alex. Hello. Working on dishes while listening to Stella by Starlight and reading Ethan from Later. Very, very nice. Combat Veterans here. Hello. Good to see you. He says, hi, Alex. And Robert says, question, I'd like to travel back 12,500 years and find out what Gobekli Tepe in Turkey was used for. Read 54 to 92. Very, very nice. I guess if there was another era I'd want to travel back in time to, I would want to see the Library of Alexandria before it burned down the second time. So that would be really amazing too. And Combat Veteran says, I bought a puppy Thursday. Oh, her name is Annie, and she is black with a little bit of white. Well, hello to Annie, and welcome to the world. And please give her a pet, because I love to pet the puppers. And Angela says, you might like The Moon Garden more than me, Alex. It's a middle grade sci-fi. Okay, I'll have to check that out. Thank you for the recommendation. Though I'm sorry if you're not liking it as much. And Faye says, finish updating my blog. Woohoo! So that's my first 2 months in the can, doing pretty well so far, visitor count wise. That's great. I'm so happy to hear that, Faye. And Faye says, I never read any Magic Treehouse books, but now I want to read the Mammoth ones. Yeah, they did so many cool things. And so another thing that happened after the success of the main series, which are novels, what happened is they actually created companion guides that are completely nonfiction that went along with the novels. And I think that is so cool because you end up getting way more detail. The companion novels were also longer because each Magic Treehouse book, they were really thin, like not a lot to them because they were for young readers. But the companion books, in my opinion, provided just so much more context. And I remember I handed those out for Halloween because I handed out books this past Halloween, and the kids were really excited about the companion novels. And I do plan to get some more of like the regular Magic Treehouse for this coming Halloween, which I'm hoping I'll be able to hand out books again. That would be great. But yeah, they're still very popular. And Angela says, I'm not familiar with either of the books, but Year of Wonders sounds good. Well, definitely vote. I put it up there, so you can definitely vote. And we're almost to the end of the comments here, so please let me know whether you would like to do 30 or 45 minutes, and I will get that put back up again. And Zach says, I've read every Stephen King book, including 11/22/63. How's the weather changing something is possible that depends on physics and whether or not the universe is super deterministic. Oh, kind of like, you talking about, like, the butterfly effect and whatnot? I think that's what you're referring to, or are you just talking about with regards to time travel and, whether changing one thing would result in something else changing? I mean, which would be the butterfly effect in the end. Um, so yeah, I guess that's what you're referring to. But that's what I thought you had read it, which is why I'm so surprised, that you said that you would wanna kill John Wilkes Booth. And Williams says there is the world's oldest human structure ever built in 21,000 BCE, a wall in a cave in Greece to keep warm against incoming wind. That's very cool. I've never heard of that. Alicia, hello. Alicia says, yo, yo, everybody. And yo to you, Alicia. Welcome back. And Swing said 45. Perfect. I can do that. I'm going to check in really quick on the poll. I want to see how the poll's going. Oh, do I have to scroll back up to it? Why can't I? Oh, there we go. Oh, it's a 50-50 split right now. Okay. I need more people to vote on what I'm going to read next. So if you haven't seen it or haven't voted, definitely vote in the poll. Angela says she voted. Thank you. And Lauren says, Zach, I'm working my way through Stephen King's works with the goal to read them all. I had to take a minor break when I discovered Brandon Sanderson and am most of the way through his Cosmere. Haha. Very, very nice. I have yet to read my first Brandon Sanderson, but I have a feeling I probably would start with Mistborn. That's the one that I've heard people talk about the most, but I'm not sure. And Faye says, I bought a Magic Treehouse book for my niece for her birthday because she's learning to read and obsessed with dinosaurs. Yes! So I got her the dinosaur one. The dinosaur one was the very first Magic Treehouse book. You got her the first in the series. I loved that one. I believe it was called Dinosaurs at Dawn. You can let me know if I was wrong. And Alicia says, I'll have to look up those books. I'm not familiar with either one. That's cool. No worries. And Zach says, it depends on the shape of time. If time is a single point fundamentally or circular or oscillating, it couldn't be changed. And Teresa says, it won't let me vote a second time. Oh, no, you can't vote twice. But anybody who hasn't voted. Faye says, dinosaurs before dark. Same thing. Well, I got it wrong. Darn it. My bad. What did I say? Dinosaurs at dawn, but it's dinosaurs before dark. Oops. My bad. Melissa says, finish the Book of Negroes by Lawrence Hill. We'll be starting Homecoming by Kate Morton. Very, very nice. Awesome. I hope that you ended up liking the one by Lawrence Hill. Alicia says, who wrote Years of Wonder? Yeah, so that was the irritating part about the poll, is it limited my character count because I was going to put the authors. So sorry for everybody who's interested. Last Night at the Telegraph Club is by Melinda Lowe, and Year of Wonders, is by Geraldine Brooks, who is the Pulitzer Prize winner for Horse and March, if anybody is familiar with either of those books. So this was a gift this year that I got from Keaton. I actually got to take him to a bookstore that he had never been to before because they didn't have them where he was from. And it was really fun. And this book was only $4 and he got it for me. So I thought that was super sweet. So I need to read it. I was like wandering around the bookstore and I was determined. I was like, well, I'm not going to buy anything. I'm going to be good. And this one was the only book that when I read the first page, it really caught my attention. And he immediately took it and was like, I'll get that. We also got the entire collection of West Wing that day. That bookstore also sells movies too and TV shows. And I was really impressed because all of them were still sealed. I was like, excellent. And Zach says, it took me 19 years to get through Stephen King, but a lot of those were just not reading stragglers I wasn't interested in. Yeah, that's fair. It's going to take me a long time to read most of King's works. I mean, I've read quite a few of his books, but definitely not anywhere close to most. Faye says, my library has a graphic novel book of Sunset of the Sabertooth, which is apparently the Mammoth book. Yes. Yes, I do remember that one because I think that one was still one of the earlier books, like pretty early in the series, because there were a lot of those. But again, it's been such a long time. I could be wrong. Forgive me. I'm sorry. I don't remember. But I will get us set up for our next sprint. And I just heard Keaton get home. So I'm going to go in there and say hello to him. And for your next question, I have: would you rather go backpacking for a weekend or sit at the beach? So, backpacking would be like camping when you could backpack anywhere that you wanted to, or go to a beach. And Kat is here. Hi, Kat. Kat says, "Hey, Alex. Kat, did you have a good time with your stream? I hope that you did. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to make it. But I hope that you are doing wonderfully today and that you are full of energy. I know for me personally, I'm quite tired, but still happy to be here. But anyway, yeah, be sure to answer that question. Think about it, whatever you want to do. I'll wait until after this sprint is over to end my poll. That way, everybody can have a chance to vote. So, Kat, I put up a poll about which book I should read next: Year of Wonders by Geraldine Brooks or Last Night at the Telegraph Club by Melinda Lowe. So be sure to vote because it's sitting at 50-50 right now. And Kat says, yes, once my internet stopped glitching. Oh, I hate that. I know that happened to us last night too, so I'm sorry that that happened again. I hate it when the internet has problems. But I will go ahead and get us set up here, and I'm going to wish you all happy sprinting, and I will see you in a bit. Bye. right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 276 of Mickey 7, and there's only 293 pages. So I'm very, very close to the end, which is exciting. I'm going to put my little bookmark on. Oh, I should show you all my bookmark. So I got myself this off of Etsy. It's an old spoon that was hammered into a bookmark, and you put it on multiple pages. It's not good to only put it on one, but if you pack it onto multiple pages, it works great. And I absolutely love that it says, "How will it end?" And it's really cute. I should show you all how it fits. You see here. You can see does that. It's great. I love it a lot. A cute little Etsy shop sold it. But anyway, before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather go backpacking for a weekend or sit at the beach? Well, let's see what you had to say. Sorry, I got to find the right. There we go. And Kat says, and I'm sorry I kept you up late last night. No, it was great. I had a ton of fun. I'm not upset about that at all. I just am tired after a long week. It's no problem. Robert says, Kat, Telegraph Club, just saying. Trying to convince her to vote for Telegraph Club. Faye says, backpacking. I hate open water and sunshine and sand. I love trees. But I mean, aren't you going to get sunshine in the trees too? I get the open water and the sand, though. And Teresa says, Cat, Year of Wonders looks good. And Melissa says, sit at the beach. Very nice. That's the answer that my mom would give too. I'm the opposite. I would be the backpacker. I do enjoy going to the beach. Don't get me wrong. It's just when I was growing up, my family vacations with my mom and oftentimes my mama is we would go to Clearwater, Florida, and we would just hang out at the beach and do stuff like that for pretty much the whole time. And so I got to experience a lot of that when I was a kid. I didn't get to experience nearly as much hiking. And one of the things that I've found I really love as an adult are mountains, which was not something that I ever got to see when I was growing up. I guess some, like driving through places, I got to see it, but not like on a regular basis. My mom was not a hiker or a camper. My only experiences with hiking and camping when I was growing up was with my friend Allie. Her mom was like a super adventurous soul, one of the coolest people. And they would take me along on their adventures. And so I did get to do things because of them, but not because of my family. So backpacking for me, it would be. And Swang says, being at the beach in the shade. All right. Under a little umbrella. And Zach says, I'm going to be reading The Clan of the Cave Bear by Jean M. Auel, which is a caveman era book. Okay. Very cool. And Robert says, beach swathed in SPF 200 lotion. Yeah, Robert, you're in the same boat as me. Us pale people have to like slather it on all the time. I remember, so one of my trips that I went to the beach, I was so good. Like I cannot even express to you all how good I was about staying in the shade. And I was underneath this awning like all day long. And I sat out on this bench because it was out on like a patio and my family were all down at the waterfront. I had stayed back at the rental place that we were at. And I was reading all day and I was just laying there and I was having a nice time, just perfectly under the shade. And I still got a horrible sunburn from the wind, from all the UV in the wind. And I was like, I never would have guessed that could happen. So the sun is just relentless. And Angel says, never seen any ocean, so I would pick sitting at the beach with a pina colada. Oh, that's fair. Okay, see, if you haven't gotten to do that, I highly recommend that you do at some point. I mean, I'm sure I'll go back to the beach for a vacation voluntarily at some point. But I guess if I had to pick something to do with the ocean right now, I would pick going on a cruise because I've never done a cruise. And Caitlin says, beach, too many bugs hiking. That's true, but they generally are pretty good if you have like like the citronella stuff to keep the mosquitoes away, or you have like the bug spray. Bug sprays come a long way from at least what I had when I was a kid. And Angel said Caitlin, and possibly bears, mountain lions, or coyotes. Yeah, true. But generally, most of them are going to leave people alone. It's very rare for them to bother humans. And it's been proven time and time again. I'm not sure if you all know this. So, certain places, I think it's Yellowstone, it's forbidden to have bear spray. And the reason for that is any bears that are not socialized to being around humans are automatically going to run away when they see a human, like they're terrified of people. It's only the bears that have been around people, right? Like people have fed the bears have gotten into the humans' food, things like that, that it brings them around the encampments, that they can be a problem. But that's not a common issue. So, in like I said, I think it's Yellowstone, they just don't allow that. And Alicia says, I'm adding Year of Wonders to my TBR. I love a plague story. Me too. I have discovered, apparently, after living through COVID, I mean, like, I've always thought that the plague was interesting, but now seeing how authors write characters and how they respond to plagues, to me, is super interesting. That was one of the reasons why after COVID, I thought it was pretty neat to read Emily St. John Mandel's copy of Station 11. That was a pretty good book. And Kat says, I voted, Alex. Thank you. Also, I'd rather sit at the beach in my beach chair under an umbrella with something to drink and a good book. Reading on the beach is next level reading. I will give credit to that. I haven't gotten to read while hiking yet, so I get to find out if that's something that I enjoy, because hiking is going to be what I do this year for like activities. But I definitely know that reading at the beach is super peaceful, as long as you are far enough away from other people that you don't have to listen to them play their music, because I always find that super irritating and distracting on public beaches. Faye says, I totally just read the Magic Treehouse graphic novel. That's great. I'm glad you liked it, or that you were that excited to read it. They're super cute. Alicia says, backpacking. Yeah, me too. And Kat says, Faye, I had no idea there were Magic Treehouse graphic novels. I didn't either until she said that. I love the series. I still have them. They belong to Andrew. I'm glad that you've kept yours. I wish that I owned like all of them, because when I was a kid, I didn't own any of them. All of them were always rented from the library. I always borrowed them. And I guess that's a really great memory too, though, is like getting to go to my library at my school and getting to pick out another copy and getting to read the next Magic Treehouse. And I remember distinctly reading them on the bus. That was a big thing that I did. And Emily says, well, turns out I don't need to leave, so I'm back. Yay! Sitting at the beach is my answer, part because I love water and part because I love sitting. That's funny. That's a good answer. I like that. Also, really quick, I'm going to look because I'm going to end the poll now. So it was super close, but you all ended up voting for Year of Wonders. So my next book after Mickey 7, I will be starting the sequel, Antimatter Blues. And the only reason I can read the sequel immediately after is because I'm going to be pairing it with a different book, because you all know I normally don't read immediate sequels. It's something I just don't really enjoy doing. But this is going to be a good buffer for me to start before I begin reading this. And yeah, so thank you very much for voting. We're going to learn how I like this plague story. And Kat says, what are you reading, Alex? Love your bookmark. Unique. Thank you. Yes, I'm reading Mickey 7, which is the book that inspired the movie with Robert Pattinson that's coming out next month called Mickey 17. At least I think it's coming out next month. To be honest with you all, it's a little confusing because they originally said, I think it was going to be like March 6th or 7th, something like that. And then they moved it to April, and then they moved it back to March. And I'm like, I don't know when it's going to come out, but I hope to be able to see it opening weekend. I remember watching the preview because it's from the same director as Parasite, which though I have not yet seen Parasite, I know how many awards it's won, and that bodes well. And the trailer for it looked absolutely hilarious. So I was curious how funny this book was, and Mickey is definitely very sassy. So looking forward to the movie. And Jamie says, hello and happy Friday, all. And hello to you, Jamie. He said, sit at the beach, please. All right. And Kat says, hey, Jamie. Teresa says, I would go backpacking near where there was an ocean view, maybe hike down to the beach. I do love a good hike down to a beach at Crater Lake. You know, that's a little bit of a different beach because it's not the ocean. It's obviously a lake in a crater. But the hike down to it, the descent and the ascent was 700. It was a little over 700 feet. And that was a really cool time to get to go down to the water, especially when we were surrounded by so much smoke. Like the air down at the water was so much clearer because all of the smoke had risen to the higher elevations. And that was like that was some of the nicest air we were able to breathe the entire time that we were in the park. But holy crap, that water was cold. And Jamie says, hey, Kat. And Kat says, I made it to chapter 30, page 118, and Pay the Piper. Thankfully, it's picking up. Oh, good. Barry made it home with our sushi. Oh, good. You were robbed of your Valentine's Day sushi, but you are getting sushi now. So I hope that makes up for it. And Zach says, as a mountain dwelling creature myself, I'll go for backpacking. Yeah. Awesome. And Faye says, technically, I've never been to the ocean, just 2 Great Lakes and the North Sea, but it was still too open water for me. The Great Lakes, some of them are freaking scary. Like some of them are rougher than the oceans that I've been in, not to mention that the Great Lakes are really cold. So I think it's Lake Superior is the one that, like, at the bottom of the lake, it stays so cold year round that, like, so there's been shipwrecks, of course, in Lake Superior. And the bodies that have stayed with the ships down under the water have never decomposed because the water's so cold that it basically acts like a permanent freezer. So over the years, they just became waxy instead, and they're still just like hanging out down there. So that they're considered like a water burial, a sea burial down there, and it's illegal actually to go dive down there because it would be like disturbing a burial site. So sorry, I just threw that in there for fun. I guess you mentioned Great Lakes, and that came to mind. Sorry, that was a weird tangent. But yes, they definitely do feel like looking at an ocean because of how massive they are, but they are kind of freaky. You said, I will stick to backpacking through woods. I'll only get tree filtered sunlight. Yeah, there you go. And Melissa says, love reading while sitting at the beach and listening to music, podcasts, audiobooks with earbuds. Nice. William says, speaking of plague, I just bought The Last Man by Mary Shelley, the first apocalyptic novel. Cool. And Faye says, William, nice. I got that from my library, soft DNF'd it, and when I went back for it, they got rid of it. Oh, no. Well, I hope William has better luck with it than wanting to DNF it. Yes, honey?
Hey, honey?
Yep.
I'm taking your rinse. He's running to...
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can keep him in here. Just shut the door.
Yep.
Thank you.
Love you, bub.
Sorry, Bubby's now hanging out in here with me for a little bit so Keaton can have a break. And Melissa says, yay, have put Year of Wonders through the library. Did you put it on hold? And Kat says, Barry says hello. Hello, Barry. And Robert says, pole turning over a table. Maybe next time. It was super close. And Elkie is here. Hi, Elkie. Elkie says, oh, you're like me, Alex. I don't like reading sequels immediately either. I prefer 1 or 2 books in between. Yes, that is normally how I do it. So I'm kind of wondering, because the way that I've always done it is, I read a book and then but I was reading 1 book at a time. That's the clarifying thing, is like I'd read a novel and then I'd have 1 other book I'd read. Maybe I'd read another one and then I'd get to the sequel. In this case, I'm going to be reading 2 books at one time. And I wonder if that's going to make it to where I have the ability to read the books back to back. I will immediately be able to tell based off of my mood about 50 pages into reading the first book on whether or not I just feel like I'm sick of the writing or not. Because that's always the indicator to me when I've ever tried to just immediately read a sequel, is I think like, oh, that like the first one I read was so good, and then I go to read the sequel and I never like it as much in that case. And it's always because I think I'm just ready to read from a different voice for a little bit. So I don't know. We'll see. And Kaz says, Parasite is a terrific movie. I need to see it. Kaz says, the trailer for Mickey 17 looks good. Yes, it does. It looks hysterical. And Jamie says, loved Parasite. Looking forward to Mickey 17 too. Are you liking the book? I may have to pick it up. Okay, so here's the one thing. I'm not going to give a lot of details about the book. The one thing I'm going to say, this book is very interesting in the fact that I feel like I have to read the sequel in order to be able to give a proper feeling about the series, if that makes sense. Because like normally for me, what I would do is I would read each book individually, like I did for, Session Leo's The Remembrance of Earth's Past trilogy, right? And I read The Three-Body Problem, gave a review for that, read The Dark Forest, gave a review for that, read At Death's End, did a review for that. This one, I feel like I cannot do just a review for Mickey 7. I feel like I'm going to have to read Antimatter Blues to be able to get like a picture to give you all of what I think. You can take that however you will. If you're interested in reading a duology where you're going to need to read both books rather than just one, I say go ahead and pick it up. If you don't want to commit to that just yet, then I would say don't. But they do move pretty quickly. I will say that. The way that they're written, it just goes by when you're reading it. Teresa says, sorry it didn't work out for you, Robert. And Jamie says, at least here Mickey 17 is opening next weekend. Okay, then, yeah, they moved it back because they had like I'm not even kidding you, it was probably a matter of days that they were like, oh, we're moving it to April. And then they went, psych, no, we're not. Like, don't you want people to see your movie? Don't confuse us. Angela says, I'm a mountain girl. I wouldn't be hiking, though. You'd find me sitting under a shade tree with a tall glass of sweet tea. Ah, and I'd be right there enjoying a sweet tea, but then I'd go for a hike. And Elke says, I love the ocean, but I'd only really enjoy it if the beach is deserted. I love to backpack in a serene forest, though. Yeah, I guess, so to me, part of the thing about hiking is unless you go to a super populated place, you're going to have privacy when you hike. Like that's always been something I've experienced when I've gone hiking, and I live in a pretty populated place. But there's just something about being on the trails that you might pass people every now and then, but you, for the most part, you're going to be by yourself. Any experience that I've had going to beaches, there's always somebody else that's just right there. And that there's just something about that makes the experience less peaceful because I feel like I don't have privacy. And Melissa says, on hold through the library. Cool. Well, I'm so excited that people are that are engaged with this book and literally found it at a discount bookshop. I was like, that sounds interesting. So, hey, if you all want to read it too, read it with me. I hope you like it. And Melissa says, sorry, don't worry about it. I can't spell. If you don't know that about me, Melissa, I have a really hard time spelling words. So I never hold it against anybody if you type something like with a grammatical error. It's not a big deal. As long as I can figure out what you're saying, which most of the time I can. I am getting close to the end of comments here. So if you all would like to let me know whether you'd like to do 30 or 45 minutes, because after this sprint, we're probably going to do 2 more. So I'm going to say we have 3 sprints left. So next one, 30 or 45 minutes. Zach says, I do the opposite a couple years ago, I reread the first 15 Dresden Files books in a row before 16 and 17 came out close to each other. Got through all 15 in about 3 weeks. Yeah, Zach, that doesn't surprise me though, because I know our reading habits are very different. So, I mean, good for you for being able to do that. I feel like I would be super irritated and just like over that world doing that for that long, but nice. Kat says, I love Robert Pattinson too. I don't know if this is a controversial opinion or not, he was a good Batman. And Elkie says, yeah, I've got quite severe social anxiety, so packed beaches isn't really relaxing to me. Forests are, though. Yeah, I completely understand, Elkie. I respect that. And Kat says, I love visiting the beach in the off season. I don't get in the water and there are less people. Yeah, but then I would be sad because then I'd want to swim. I don't like cold water. I really, really don't. And depending on where you are in the country, too, like when I went out to Portland and we were driving down the coast to get to Crater Lake, for those of you who watched the video, sorry, I know you've already seen this, but when I stopped off at that beach, that was the most temperature wise cool beach I've ever been to, because I've only ever been to, prior to that, East Coast beaches. I had seen San Francisco, I'd seen the bay, but I didn't actually get in the water, so I don't think that that counted. But this beach that I saw, like the wind and everything coming off of it alone was freezing. And it was the middle of summer. So I have no idea how, like, all these people were dressed in their wetsuits and they were going out and they were surfing and having a great time, and the beach was quite busy. And I'm over here like, I would freeze to death. What are you all doing? But good for you. Also, that trip, I don't think I mentioned this in that video. That was the very first time Keaton had ever seen an ocean. And despite the temperatures, he did go and put his feet in it. So he officially got to touch the ocean, and I was super excited for him. Kat said 45, Swank said 45, and Jamie said 45. Perfect. I can do that. Thank you. And Kat says, I'm not a swimmer, especially in big bodies of water. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Do you like pools, Kat? I do enjoy a good pool, but only when the moms are there, or like when the parents are hanging out and the children haven't yet shown up. That's the best time to go to the pool. After the kids show up, I'm like, I want to leave now. I can't. I can't anymore. And I know that I used to be one of those kids. So I shouldn't say anything, but I'm an adult now, so yeah, I don't like it. And Kat says, not a big pool person. Okay, so just not much, you just don't really enjoy swimming in general. That's fair. I really love reading at the pool. Pool reading is also great reading. It's fantastic, as long as there are no children. All right, so I got to give you all your next question, and that is going to be, would you rather have to dance everywhere you went? I should grammatically fix that. I'm sorry. Type that out too quick. Okay. Save. There we go. Thank you. Bear with me. Would you rather have to dance everywhere you go or have to sing every conversation? There you go. All right. 45 minutes is already up on the clock, and I'm going to try to get through as much of Mickey 7 as I can. It would be awesome if I can finish it before this next sprint is up, because then I'm probably mentally going to take a break. You all have decided what I'm going to read next. So I have that, but I don't know if I'm going to actually be able to start this tonight. So we're going to find out. But I am going to try to finish Mickey 7. So wish me luck. And I will see you all in a little bit. Happy sprinting. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I finished Mickey 7 and I liked it. So I'm a little nervous about starting the sequel. So I'm going to take a little break. And I do think I'm probably going to begin this first and get a good way into it before I attempt to start the sequel. So we'll see how it goes. I went ahead and I read the description of how, what they said this one was supposed to be. And it sounds like, honestly, this is going to sound so bad of me to say, it sounds like it's more of the same. And I don't mean that as a slap. I just mean that Mickey 7 is one of those books where there are stakes, but because of the humor of the story, it doesn't feel overly like stressful at any point. And I'm kind of wondering whether this book, Antimatter Blues, is going to increase the stakes at all. I guess that's the way that I would like to describe it. So we'll see if that happens. Before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather have to dance everywhere you go or have to sing every conversation? I definitely have a very easy answer for this one for myself. And Melissa answered first and said, dance. Awesome. Teresa also said dance for sure. No one needs to hear me sing. That's the way that I feel, is everybody would be spared if I just had to do a little jig because it's silent. And if I had to dance everywhere I went, I mean, if I'm in a theater, it's dark, no one will see me. If I'm in a store, I could just walk into an aisle that nobody else is standing in, do my dance and then leave. It's subtle. You're not going to bother other people necessarily. You might look a little weird, but you're not really going to bother anybody. Singing is one of those things that very much could bother other people. And the last thing I want is for somebody to like yell at me to tell me to shut up in public. And Kat says, I love to sing, but I'm not sure I want to sing every conversation. So I'll choose dance. All right. I like that. And Faye says, sing, and I just wouldn't converse with anyone. My old muscles couldn't handle dancing. That's fair. Zach says, dance. I think singing would get irritating much faster for me. I guess it depends on how much you love musicals, right? Like, I'm not a big musical person, so I definitely think it would wear on me very quickly. But I'd love to dance around my house. Robert says, dance. I need the exercise. Cha-cha-cha. All right. And Chris says, dance everywhere as no one wants to hear me sing. Okay, so we got multiple of us that feel that way. Heidi says, Alex, I missed most of the chats. Oh, I'm sorry, Heidi. I will watch on replay. Woohoo! Sing every conversation like musical theater. All right. And Jamie says, ooh, yikes, I can't sing or dance. I guess I'll choose dance everywhere. That will be less annoying than listening to me singing. Oh, it's okay. I relate. And Melissa says, worked on updating my reading log. Good job. That's awesome. And Swing says, I finished Rescued by the Mothman and read 4 fairy tales. Rescued by the Mothman. Excuse me. That story sounds fun. And then I'm assuming the 4 fairy tales are separate. Like they're not part of Rescued by the Mothman. Like is that a collection of like cryptid stories? I'm assuming not. That's its own thing. And Faye says, read 12 pages of A Good House for Children, really enjoying it. Creepy haunted house-ish horror, and then got sidetracked by news. I hate getting sidetracked by the news. And Jamie says, did the dishes and made it to 32% in the audiobook Ariadne by Jennifer Saint. Very, very nice. And Zach says, I did the ting I'm proud of this week. That sprint. Stay tuned for what? Oh, good. Yay. I'm so happy. I always want to hear what people are proud of. And Swank says, dance. I had 11 years of dance lessons. Well, Swank is just going to outdo all of us. You go, Swank. And Kat says, Barry and I ate dinner. Now we are watching Reacher. I really hope that you enjoyed your sushi. I'm getting sushi on Sunday to go visit with a friend. Keaton and I are having lunch with a friend, and I'm really excited to go. I love sushi so much, but I also am really excited to see the friend that we're hanging out with because she's a really sweet lady. And Zach says, especially if roller disco counts as a form of transportation. That would be hysterical. I kind of wonder if we had to dance everywhere, if it would kind of go back to like, I don't know, like an 80s vibe where like people could roller skate everywhere and it could be like the movies, where people just like flash dance together. That would be pretty fun. Like the break dancing type movies. That would be great. I love it. Let's see. So with the time that we're at right now, 3 hours and 15 minutes, I'm good with us doing two more sprints. So we can do one 45-minute sprint and one 30-minute sprint. And I just need to know which order you would like to do them in. So please, in your comment, put either 45-30 or 30-45 to indicate which one you would like to do first. And I will also get you set up with your next question, which of course has to be, what is something that you've learned over the last week that was interesting? Key here being interesting to you. It doesn't have to be interesting to anybody else. I just always love hearing what people find interesting, as I most of the time find everything interesting. And Emily says, love in a musical. Yes, please. Plus, no one wants to see me not have rhythm. Okay, that's fair. And Jamie says 45-30. Okay, you got it, Jamie. I can do that. Perfect. And Elkie says I should probably go to bed. It's 1:15 a.m. for me and I'm getting tired. Yeah, you definitely should, Elkie. So thank you so much for hanging out with us and I hope you have a wonderful weekend. So enjoy yourself. You got a jump start on us for the weekend because it's still Friday for me. So you take care. And then Swank says it was a book about a Mothman bounty hunter. It turned out to be spicy, so it lost a star for the sex. It was four of the Brothers Grimm fairy tales. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, it lost a star for the spice. You know what? Can't blame you. That's totally fine. All right. Well, I will get us set up for our next sprint. I know the chats haven't necessarily been as long tonight, which is totally okay. We're getting more productive stuff done. I'm gonna say that because I can feel like my eyes getting that dry feeling from being tired, I am going to sit and probably knit instead of reading words on a page and like listen to some informational stuff about like backpacking. So I think that's what I'm going to do for this coming sprint, which sounds fun. So hope you enjoy your time. Happy sprinting, and I will see you in a bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come back from our second to last sprint. Let me know how you did. I spent pretty much that whole time making a sock, like working on my sock. So, got a obligatory sock sharing. So, it's going really well. It's very cute. So, I got another about 2 inches. I got to knit until I get to the point where I start decreasing the toe. So it's slow progress, but it's very satisfying progress. I took a break to stretch my hands and put on some lotion. Definitely stay hydrated. Those are all important things. And before we left, I asked you all the question I ask every week, which is, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? So let's see what you all had to say. Oh, Swank was talking about the Mothman Bounty Hunter book and said, I don't willingly read romance novels. Give me horror and cozy mysteries. There you go. Melissa says, I'm going to leave as it is getting close to dinner time for me. Thanks for the sprints. Oh, she's probably already gone, but just in case. Thanks for hanging out, Melissa. Zach says, 100% thought you were there for the spice in the Mothman book. I was going to recommend Moth Girl by Julie Law for another spicy one. Emily says, finish One Piece, so gonna head to bed too. Have a good weekend, all. Yeah, you too. Oh, and to be very clear, Zach, I don't have a problem with books having spice. I just typically don't read those books, if that makes sense. So there you go. Or I don't know, maybe you were talking to Swank. I don't know. Just throw that out there. I have no problem with them. I just don't typically gravitate towards them. And yeah, Emily, thanks for hanging out. And Swank says, I learned that some people are willing to help you when you really need it. Aw, did somebody do that for you? Because that's really sweet. I hope so. And Paula, hi Paula, good to see you. And Paula says, hi, Alex and chat. Well, good to see you. And Zach says, I learned that Maryland is named after Charles the First's wife, Henrietta Marie, and Annapolis was named after Queen Anne, which means Annapolis Naval Academy is named after a woman, which I like. That's cool. I like that. I didn't know that either. So that's sweet. Jamie says, I learned that the lady doing all the local cooking matters demonstrations was off for so long because she had a baby named George. Aw. Well, congratulations to her. Skeleton says, I learned that we're probably getting an Aldi's here soonish. Ooh. Ooh. Very nice. I don't really shop at Aldi's because I tend to always find that they're really small. However, their produce and the products that they do sell are quality. So I understand why people enjoy Aldi's. And Faye says, I learned something I'll mention in my answer for the accomplishments question. Okay, cool, cool. Everybody's teasing stuff today. You teased something. I think Zach teased something earlier. That's great. Skeleton says, I also learned that my tongue tacos too much. Like when you do that, it goes too far. I don't know. How do you discover that it's too much though? I need answers. I have questions now. Angela says, I learned all our local Zesto ice cream shops are opening next week. That's very important. I have never heard of Zesto ice cream. I don't know if that's a regional thing where you are or not, but that sounds delicious. And yes, ice cream is very important. My very first ever job that I had was working in an ice cream shop. And let me tell you that even in the dead of winter, people still love to get their ice cream. But it was, of course, way busier during the summer. But yeah, ice cream is good any time of the year. My thing that I learned over the last week, I feel like I learned a lot of different stuff, but I'll pick just one. I learned that there is a theory about where human allergies come from and like our anaphylactic reactions. And I'm going to paraphrase everything that I learned, but essentially, the theory states that back in the day, humans used to suffer from a lot more parasites than we currently do, thanks to the magic of modern medicine. But we have certain cells in our body that were developed in order to fight those foreign invaders in order to flush them out of our system. So since they still exist but no longer have a threat to fight, at least in more developed countries, what happened is is humans have started developing more severe allergies. So, like, allergies are on an upswing right now in terms of the number of people who are getting them is actually increasing with cleanlier conditions. And so, like, some people, for example, shellfish, there's the theory that a shellfish to your body could kind of look like a worm to it. And so it sends everything to try to fight that invader. And sometimes it's going to be more mild reaction, and sometimes it's going to be life threatening. But nobody's really entirely sure where allergies come from and why some people suffer from them horribly and other people don't, and why some people are allergic to nuts and shellfish and other people aren't. It's just really fascinating. But the idea that that stems from the fact that we used to all have parasites, or that it potentially stems from that, to me is very interesting. And I personally, I'm very lucky. I don't have allergies. I sneeze sometimes, but that's the worst of it. I would much rather have an allergy to like dust or pollen than have a gut worm. I think most people can relate to that. So anyway, I thought that was really, really cool. And Faye says, I read a chapter of A Good House for Children. Good job. Skeleton says, I read 10% of The Lamb Will Slaughter the Lion. Ho ho, that's a cool title. Hopefully you're liking it. Jamie said, I spent much of that sprint making loaded nachos and eating them. I need to set up my TBR for the week of March next week. Very nice. Are you participating in March of the Mammoths? That's actually, I'm going to put that as a question for next week. So nobody has to answer that yet. I'm going to put that so you can think of your answer next week when I'm here. Are you participating in March of the Mammoths? I want to make sure I don't forget that. That way I have I can ask the maximum number of people. There we go. I got that one added. Oh, I gotta go back. There we go. Angela said, I kept hearing loud sounds. I checked outside, but nothing was happening. Was it on your end? I noticed you were looking up each time I looked up. No, that's interesting that you say that. Because I was completely muted during that. If you're talking about when it was during the sprint, so nothing would have been coming through my microphone. Plus, what you would have heard was me listening to a YouTube video about camping. So you wouldn't have been able to hear anything else going on because it would have been blasting that video from my computer. So that had to have been where you were. I'm sorry, though. I hate loud noises. I hate them so much. And Kat says, I finished Reacher. Now we're watching Resident Alien. Nice. I can appreciate how you can flow from one thing into another, Kat. I get hangovers. I get TV show hangovers, book hangovers, where I just need a break to process the fact I just finished something before I can start another thing. I don't know how relatable that is for other people. Zach says, I was talking to Swank, forgot to at her. Okay, got you. Thanks. Jamie says, I learned that after he retired from acting, Gene Hackman wrote 5 novels. Huh. I had no idea. Very cool. Teresa says, I learned that there is an ice cream shop somewhere named Zesto. Yeah, me too. And Skeleton says, yep, it's not the degree of the taco so much as I can't flatten it because my muscles there are too weak. Huh. Fascinating. Swank says, I worked at Pharrell's and Swenson's. Okay. I love that. I've never heard of those either. Angela says their regional ice cream is for all seasons, at least for me. Yes, it absolutely is. I will tell you, though, that if you ever work in an ice cream shop, your love of ice cream will be tested, because when I worked at one, I genuinely couldn't eat ice cream and enjoy it it was well over a year, just because of how much I consumed and scooping it and everything. And I would do late night shifts for closing, and I would have ice cream because I would be getting down in the bins, and we were obviously very sanitized and everything, but just from having to rub your arm up against those bins, I mean, I had ice cream all over my arms, and I swear to you, it felt like that sugar got absorbed through my skin. Like, my blood sugar was always so messed up every single time I got done working that shift that I had to go out somewhere and get protein like immediately because I felt so sick. And just after that experience, I was like, oh, am I ever going to be able to love ice cream again? But fortunately, I'm so far removed from my first ever job that I love it again. But yeah, for a while there, it was a little dodgy. And Jamie said, that was a very chill sprint. Just listened to my audiobook, made it to 39%. Lovely. That's great. Angela said, it's so quiet where I live. Maybe an animal around here. A little strange. It very well could have been animals. It could have been a little possum. I like possums. They're good for the environment. And Zach says, isn't being able to taco your tongue a genetic thing? I can't do it at all. Oh, I don't know. Being able to, so there's tacoing and then being able to turn your tongue to the side. So I can do that and that, but the weird thing is I can't turn it the other way. So if I try, it's like throwing my tongue. I'm like, I can't turn it both ways, but I can turn it one way and taco. I don't know why. And Skeleton says, yes, rolling your tongue is a genetic trait. Tacoing isn't quite a full roll. Okay. So is that rolling then? Like being able to turn it to where the bottom is at the top? I guess that would be a roll. I can do that. And Teresa says, Angela, that happened to me one time when I was on sprints. I asked if anyone else heard it and then realized I had another window open on the computer. Oh no. I have had that happen to me before where I start hearing sound and I forgot that there was another video up. And then it's not until somebody starts talking and I can like pinpoint where the sound comes from. I get freaked out every time. And Zach says 9-ringed opossums can give you leprosy. They might, but they probably won't. I don't touch them, right? Like don't touch the nature. Let the nature be, and you won't get bitten. You won't get rabies. You won't get leprosy. You can admire from afar. That's what I like to do. I look out into the woods and I see an animal and I go, oh, great. I don't want to touch them. That's what the thing that irritates the crap out of me about people who go to like Yellowstone and then they're stupid enough to try to take a picture with a bison. It's like, what is wrong with you? Are you asking to be gored? They're not pets. Anyway, sorry, that's just a like side tangent. Faye says, I won't tell you what's making the noise in the book I'm reading, Angela, but I'm sure it's not that. And Skeleton says, rolling is extreme tacoing. I can do both. Oh, okay, cool. Very, very nice. And Angela says, that's interesting about the ice cream. I just thought if I ever worked there, the pounds would have piled up. At least for me, and I worked with some of my friends, none of us had that problem when we worked there. And I think it was just because we were around it all the time. Because at first, like when we first started working there, of course, we wanted to try all the flavors. We were really excited to tell people about it. The longer that we were there and the more of it, because we could eat pretty much any of it that we wanted, as long as it was within reason. If we were just eating scoops and scoops all day long, we would have been in trouble. But if we like had a little piece here, a little bit there, it wasn't an issue. When you can do that, it's not as appealing. And I've heard for kids growing up that like kids that had access to any snacks that they wanted, like if they could have dessert whenever they liked, when they grew up, they ended up not being big dessert people. Like my friend Brian's like that. Like he didn't have any rules around it. And now he doesn't like to go eat sweets and desserts because, you know, it wasn't a treat at that point. And when you work in an ice cream shop, it is no longer a treat. I can tell you that. And Angel said, I just learned I can't turn my tongue. Oh no. And Swank says, that is so true. My wild youth, when working on a busy night in the fountain, we would keep all the empty whip cans and then suck them dry. Oh no, like the ones that make you high, the whip cans. Because I know that's become like a new thing that people have gotten into doing again. But it's like, instead of it being from the actual like compressed like actual whipped cream cans, now people are making those like it's for desserts but not really. And that was a trend I saw, and I was a little concerned. And Angela said, LOL, so many different noises for everyone. So true. My ever since I got my roof replaced, I didn't previously have a drip edge that hung over my gutter, and now in my office, whenever the wind blows really hard, I hear that drip edge scraping against my gutter. And the first time I ever heard it, it drove me. It like I freaked out for probably a solid 20 minutes until I realized what it was because I'd never heard that before. And I hate how loud it is. So, yeah, just random things. Zach says, my back support pillow says tigers don't play like humans. It's a reference to a YouTube channel that made fun of people who jumped into tiger enclosures. I can respect that reference because yeah, they sure don't. And we wouldn't stand a chance. Skeleton says, yeah, I don't seem to be able to turn my tongue. Interesting. Kat says, hopping off. Thanks for sprints, Alex. Have a terrific weekend, everyone. You too, Kat. Thanks for hanging out. We have had a lot of fun this week. I appreciate you. And Zach says, I had a huge bowl of candy available when I was a kid and don't eat much sweets now. See? It's exactly my point. Swig says, yep, whip it, baby. Yeah, I've never done a whip it. But I've heard what it does to people's voices. It's kind of like, I think it's like the opposite of a helium balloon where it like makes your voice really deep instead. It's kind of scared me. I heard one guy and I was like, oh my God, it's a demon. Not really, but it was definitely scary. And Teresa says, bye, Cat. And I will get our timer adjusted here. 30 minutes. And I hope everybody enjoys the little forest still. I've been thinking so much about like camping. I just wanted a little forest path scene. I'm trying to bring in the nice like spring vibes, everyone. I'm doing the best that I can. It's not helping very much, but I'm trying. And a skeleton says, I live close to Rocky and we are dreading elk petting season with all the MPS layoffs. Oh, yeah. That is one thing that I am super worried about, especially with the forest fires, is like, how can you afford to lay people off when you don't even have enough people to take care of the problems as it is? It's going to be a nightmare. And my only hope is that when they realize how big of a shit show it's going to be, that they will rehire people. I mean, that's me trying to be positive, right? That's a hope. I don't necessarily think that will happen. And Paula says, I'm off to bed. Great work on the socks. Thank you. And good night to you, Paula. Have a wonderful weekend. Jamie says, my grandma used to push sweets on us kids because she was diabetic and wanted to enjoy sweets vicariously. Now that we're grown up, none of us like sweets much. See, for me, I used to sneak them because I wanted to eat sweets all the time, but I wasn't supposed to. And so I very much am an adult that has a sweet tooth, and I love them. But so that it's funny I say that because I was just given like I went to a party and I was given like cupcakes and cake and everything to take home, and I already had muffins that I had bought for the week, and then another friend of mine had brought me more cake, and I had like all of the sweet stuff sitting at home. And it got to the point where I, even with as big of a sweet tooth as I have, I was looking at all of it, and I told Keaton, just looking at all of it and knowing that like I had to make a decision to either eat all of it or to throw some of it away. I ended up having to throw some of it away because it was making me feel sick thinking about trying to eat all of that. And so that's how I know that's like it's still a treat for me because I don't let myself eat everything that I want, because as soon as it's all presented to me that's like you could have all of it, I'm like, I am going to feel ill. I cannot do this to myself. And Teresa says, night, Paula. And Jamie says, if tourists pet the elk and it goes badly, there will be fewer dumb tourists to pet the elk. You're not wrong. And Jamie says, same, Alex. I have a big sweet tooth. Yeah. I in terms of like my favorite treats, they've kind of changed over the years just because like of what my mom used to buy me versus like what I can have access to now. But I will say, there have been some moments when I've let myself enjoy like some of my childhood favorites that I very, very rarely eat anymore. Like one of the things I used to eat whenever my mom would get them were oatmeal cream pies. I still to this day, I almost never eat them, but if you were to give me one, I would be happy as a clam. And my favorite store candy that I used to ask my mom for every single time we went to the grocery store was a York peppermint patty, another candy that I pretty much never eat anymore, probably because I had so much of it when I was a kid. But you know, if somebody handed me one, I'd be like, oh, my childhood. And Robert says, hashtag Reese's Pieces. I know you love those Reese's Pieces. And Faye says, elk petting? How are we still a species? Because there are some of us that do not pet the elk. It's Darwinism. You know, the stupid die sometimes. Then you could also look at Idiocracy and argue that that's not true, but Jamie says, I have a big Mexican food tooth, cheese, chili, and corn. So Mexican rice is my favorite rice. And I actually had that for lunch today because there was a group that had catering that they brought in to my work. And they were like, you can have whatever you want. And I didn't take any tacos, any tortillas, any chips, anything. I just took a container of rice. And that was my lunch. And I had joy in my heart. Jamie says, unfortunately, if animals hurt people, it's the animal that usually pays the price regardless of the reason. That is true in the case of domesticated animals, which is really sad, especially for dogs. But I would say for wild animals, they're not really likely to probably catch the animal that did it. I mean, I guess there have been some cases in history where that's happened, but I think if an elk punched somebody in the face and then ran off, they probably wouldn't be able to figure out which elk it is, hypothetically. And Teresa says, my grandfather, when retired, used to fill vending machines at bowling alleys, and he had a basement full of chips and candy. We were allowed some, but not enough to turn us off sweets. Skeleton said, and apparently our moose population is thriving, so it's going to get even crazier. If anybody ever tried to pet a moose, I would look at them and say, I have no hope for you, genuinely. A moose is the only animal that car manufacturers have an actual test for. If you didn't know that, there is something called the moose test in car manufacturing because it is the only animal that if you hit it, you are going to be the one who dies. Like that's the one creature that is so heavy and so tall that if you hit it, it will fall on your car and it will crush you. So you are better off swerving to get out of the way than hitting it dead on, which is the moose test. It's like how well a car can turn out of the way in like a moment's notice without like tipping over or going on three wheels. If you think I'm kidding, go and look it up on YouTube. You can find out which cars have passed the moose test and which ones have not. Don't fuck with a moose. And Angela says, have you tried the Little Debbie oatmeal cream pie ice cream? I have not. That sounds really good though. I'm curious how that would go because there was one brand, I think it was Little Debbie, that I had tried some other. Oh, does Little Debbie make cosmic brownies? Okay, so cosmic brownies are one of the sweets that I loved as a child that I still absolutely love as an adult, like not even a joke. And so some brand, I think it might have been Little Debbie, made a cosmic brownie ice cream. It did not compare to the original. So I feel like I would go into it wanting it to taste a certain way, and then it would taste too much like ice cream, if that makes sense. But if you've had it and it's good, I trust you. Swang says, my kryptonite is Rice Krispie treats. Yes, but specifically homemade ones. Because I'm with you. I freaking love homemade Rice Krispie treats. I sometimes make those for Keaton and I because they are the bomb. So good. Zach says the problem with Idiocracy is it was a benevolent stupidity, not the real life malevolent. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Jamie said, yeah, arresting the correct elk or mule deer that kicked somebody is tricky. They run in big groups and all look alike. You know, that's what benefits them. That's why they're still wild and haven't been domesticated. And Jamie says, "Oh, swank, yes, I love Rice Krispie treats." And Zach says, "Insert the George Carlin, what are you frickin' stupid meme?" True. And Angela says, "They make cosmic brownie, ice cream, birthday cake, strawberry shortcake, nutty bar, etc. They're extremely sweet." Yeah, the cosmic brownie one, to me, because they had those little sprinkles like what comes on the brownie, and to me that was the only thing about it that made it the cosmic, because the rest of it kind of just tasted like chocolate ice cream. It didn't really taste like brownie ice cream. And I can tell you, my favorite like brownie ice cream has got to be from Ben and Jerry's. I love, so my favorite flavor of Ben and Jerry's ice cream is half baked. That's what it's called. And it is so popular that at my grocery store near me, there's a lot of times that if I go to look for it, which isn't often, but if I go to look for it, it's the one flavor that's not available because everybody knows how good it is. And it has cookie dough and brownie bites in it. Fabulous. And Jamie says, nutty bars. Yeah, nutty bars are good too. The ice cream was disappointing though. Snickers ice cream bars are good. Snickers ice cream bars are good. That's one instance where I would say I think I might prefer a Snickers ice cream to the actual regular Snickers bars, because I never buy Snickers. But if like an ice cream truck came by and there was a Snickers ice cream bar, I'd be like, oh yeah, absolutely. That would be awesome. Angela says, "I love Cherry Garcia and Chunky Monkey." I have never had Cherry Garcia, so I don't know whether that's something I would like. I don't tend to partake, excuse me, I'm so sorry. I don't tend to partake in a lot of fruit ice creams, but I like sherbet. Like, I love orange sherbet, and I think it's because when I was growing up, I ate a lot of Flintstones Push Pops, and if that unlocked a memory for anybody, you're welcome, because that was one of the treats that my mom consistently kept in the house, Flintstones Push Pops, and the orange ones were my favorite. And Skeleton says, "A while back, a bow hunter tried taking a moose. He hit it and just managed to piss off the moose. They had to fly the guy to Denver. I'm not sure he pulled through." Oh my god. In that case, okay, from an empathy perspective, because I don't want bad things to happen to people, and I don't want bad things to happen to animals. I feel bad for the moose that I got shot, and I feel bad for the man that he got hurt, but also the reason he got hurt was because of his own decision. So I don't want to sound heartless, but that is really stupid. That's bad. And Jamie says half baked is good and they make a vegan version. Oh, I didn't know that. I have not seen that one. And Faye says, way to identify a foreigner in Canada, number one, when they see a moose and want to get closer, Canadians know to hightail it away. Absolutely. I'm not Canadian, and I do know that. Robert says, Angela, chocolate therapy. I love chocolate and ice cream. Dark chocolate ice cream to me is even better than regular chocolate ice cream. Jamie says, LOL, Faye. And Angela said, we used to make the lime sherbet punch all the time. Sherbet is so refreshing in the summer. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to make that this summer. I've never made sherbet at home, but I know that it's not super hard. So I should definitely do that. Dang it, all this talk of sweets is making me I have a banana nut muffin in the kitchen right now that I could go eat, but I've been good today, and I'm going to continue to be good even though I don't want to, but it's calling my name. Oh, we always end up talking about food. I have a friend named Jackie that I work with, and I was joking with her about my sprints, and I said, every single time I will always get on the topic of food. It doesn't matter. You can just tell how much I love to eat. So it's so true. Food is one of the greatest joys of life. Truly, good food. And Zach said Kevin Smith was going to make a movie called Moose Jaws, which was a remake of Jaws with a moose. I don't think it ever happened. Honestly, put that in the long list of like knockoff horror movies, and it probably wouldn't have even competed with Sharknado. Jamie said, yeah, a hunter getting hurt or killed while trying to kill an animal. It's a bit like a guy killed in a war zone while trying to kill people. Sympathize, but also put themselves in that situation. Yeah. I mean, at least I guess in the perspective of war, like people used to be drafted, so they didn't necessarily want to be in that situation. Whereas if you're hunting, I guess it, now I should think of it like if you're hunting, assume that it's for food, right? Like it's not because if it's trophy hunting, I really don't feel bad at all. But if you're hunting because you want to provide food for your family, in that case, yeah, I would feel bad. Especially because now they're down one more person that's able to provide them food. And Faye says, I'd watch that. Moose are scary. But also cuddly looking, yes. They have such sweet faces. And I can tell you for years and years, it wasn't until I was an adult that I found out just how big they were. Because to me, I always thought a moose was the size of a horse. Because I've never seen a moose in person. And then I saw a video of one and I was like, oh my God, that's so scary, but so cool. And Swank says, in the summer, we always had Mountain Dew and lime sherbet. Ooh, yeah, that sounds really good. I love it. So good. And Faye says, a horse on the back of another horse. Accurate. Yes. Well, thank you all for that lovely, wonderful, sweet conversation. I will go ahead and get our last sprint pulled up for the evening. So hopefully you have something fun to do for our last half hour. I'm not really sure what I'm going to do yet. I might chill and listen to something. I'm just going to be vibing, I think, here. That's the best thing for me right now. So hopefully you can vibe too. And I will see you all in a little bit. Bye. Oh, wait, no, I forgot my one thing, of course. My one question I have to ask, which is, what is the one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? This is such an important question. I ask it every time. Tell me what you're proud of. Big, small, just happened a week ago, doesn't matter. Let me know. And I will see you all in a bit. Bye. right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did during the last sprint of the evening. And before we left, I asked you all the question, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? During that sprint, by the way, I just did a very little bit of knitting on my sock. And then the rest of the time, I was pretty much just watching a video. That's how it be sometimes. Go back over to the comments. Let's see. Angela was talking about the ice cream that Robert had said called chocolate therapy, and she said, I've never tried that one. Skeleton says, I'm proud of myself for actually getting all of the ingredients together to make borscht. So I'm going to make borscht now. Okay, well, great. I don't know what that is, but I hope it's delicious. And Faye says, I voted. I learned that if you can't leave your house, you can ask an election official to make a home visit, and agoraphobia qualifies. So I got to vote in our provincial election for the first time. That's so wonderful, Faye. I'm happy for you. And I'm glad that you found out that you could do that. Voting is super important. Swang says, I've been very productive all week and tick off many items on my to-do list. I thought I'd try this adulting thing. Well, great job adulting. Adulting isn't necessarily fun, but it's important. And it's Faye got a you go girl. And Jamie says, my accomplishment this week is that I actually finished all the books I had on my TBR for February. Yes. I'm pretty sure that is a first for me. I usually have at least one carryover. Well, I'm really glad for you for that. I too have experienced the carryover many, many times. I was very happy that since today was the last day of February, I finished with Mickey 7, all of the books that I had either started in February or had started in January and carried over into February. So I get to start with a nice, fresh, clean slate for March. So you get to as well. That's always a good feeling. Robert says, Angela, it's very good. Zach says, the thing I just did was activate my credit card and got all my accounts switched with it except for Patreon because Patreon is a broken mess. I don't know. Forgot to say last week I tried Vegemite for the first time. Oh, nice. I have heard Vegemite is either a love or hate. I have yet to try it, and I don't know which one I would be. I have a feeling it would probably be hate. But you didn't say whether you liked it. You just said you tried it. So how was the Vegemite? And good on you for getting all of your cards activated and stuff. Jamie said, ate dinner and continued my audiobook. Very nice. And Jamie said, that's awesome, Faye. It is. And Teresa says, I am just proud I got through another week. Emergency vet for one of the cats. No. Oh, I'm so sorry. Is your cat okay? You know, like, was it an emergency visit that ended in a positive result? Or, you know, are you going to have to go back for more tests or treatment? I hope that it was just a one-time deal. And they said, thanks. You were most welcome. So I have a lot of good things I feel like that happened this week. So I'll try to keep it short. One, of course, was the book club with Kat. And that was, to me, a huge success and was a ton of fun. The other thing was I did a pretty, I'm not going to say like a big maintenance on my car myself, but to me it was big because I'd never done it before. And I changed my differential fluid all on my own. I found out what fluid I needed. I got it on order. I got all the tools that I needed to do the job. I jacked up my car, did the draining and the refilling and got completely messy. I scraped the absolute crap out of my knuckles doing the job, but you know what? It got done. I took my car out and it's not leaking and it sounds better than it did because new fluid helps. And I was really, really proud of myself for doing that maintenance work. So yay me. And then just getting the books finished on top of that was a plus. So overall, I feel like this was a pretty good week. Jamie says the book club discussion was so much fun. I'm so glad that you enjoyed it. I also thought it was a ton of fun. I always look forward to them. The book club, honestly, is one of my favorite parts of my channel. And JB said, I'm jealous, Alex. I used to love working on my car. Oh, you don't enjoy working on it anymore? Did something happen where you don't like it? Or do you just not, did you move and you don't have the space to do that anymore? This is my first time I've ever had a garage, so I can actually keep my tools in there, which is exciting. And Angela said, I made it to 86% in Moon Garden. I will finish tomorrow morning with my coffee. Oh, nice. Oh, cuddly. And Zach says Vegemite is so far. I don't hate it, but I don't know if I like it yet. I've only tried it twice, but I have an entire 5-ounce jar. Ooh. Well, hope you can find some stuff you like spreading that on. I mean, the good news is you didn't hate it, so I mean, does it have a lot of nutritional value? I don't know what the deal is with Vegemite. Like if it's calorie dense, if it's nutrient rich, what is it? I'm assuming it has some sort of vegetables in it, hence the name, but I'm probably completely wrong about that. I don't know. Teresa says, we thought surgery on intestines, but we got there the next morning and they said no surgery. Oh, good. They had other vets look at x-rays. Seems she was vomiting so much she messed up her intestines. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry. So when you say she messed up her intestines, do you mean that like she damaged her intestinal lining, like the wall? I'm not sure what messed up would be considered, but I'm assuming it's serious. I'm glad there's no surgery. Skeleton said, I'm sorry I missed the book club. I didn't finish the book in time. Don't worry about it. It's totally cool. There's always next time if you're interested. And you said, I'll have to go back and watch it later. It's 2 hours long, just fair warning, but it was a fun discussion. Jimmy says, I've been really focused on following the mess going on in the federal government. Aren't we all? So I guess my accomplishment, not feeling overwhelmed yet. Honestly, my feeling about all of it right now is not, I don't want to say learned helplessness, because I'm going to do my part that I can, whatever that small part is, to try to like make the world a better place. And I don't want to give up on my feeling of doing that. But it is really hard to have like any positive feelings when you're seeing everything that's happening, especially when you're watching people who have really important, necessary jobs, like park rangers getting laid off. And there's just that sense of like watching a train crash, but it's something that impacts you indirectly. So I don't know. It's been hard, but I know what you mean. I'm not necessarily overwhelmed. I think it's, to me, it's a greater, like deeper sense of unease than overwhelm. And Angela says the Bookworm Club is so good. Yay! Yay! And Jamie says, I don't have space, and newer cars are so much more electronic and less mechanical. Completely agree. That is a conversation I've had with Keaton, because the car that I worked on is 19 years old this year. And I mean, still, by comparison, that's not an old car. It's definitely not a car that's made anymore, but it's not an old car, like a classic car. But I feel like working on that one, because it's not a hybrid, it's not electric, it doesn't have too many bells and whistles, that it's a really good car for me to start on for like working on things. Because if something goes wrong, it's not going to be as devastating, I think, as if it were a newer car where parts are more expensive. Like I can source a lot for this older car and not have to go to a mechanic for it. So I'm just going to kind of do everything that I can until I get to the point where I'm like, okay, I'm out of my depth, and go from there. And Jamie says, that's a real accomplishment, Jamie. Yes, it is. Teresa says 6-month-old kitten swallowed some kind of cord. Oh no. Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. Oh, that's a fear I have with my dog, because he's so mouthy and he loves to get in the trash. We have to prevent him from going into the bathroom, even though they have lids. Even though they have lids, I saw him one day attempt to grab a piece of dental floss, and I about lost my goddamn mind. So I understand. Oh no. Like string cord, she was running a fever and her intestines were bunched up. Not sure. Okay, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I can't remember at the moment what that's called. Not It's not intestinal torsion. I don't remember what that's called, but I know what you're talking about. I'm so sorry that happened. Jamie said it really didn't feel like 2 hours though. I'm so happy to hear that. And Faye says, Teresa, oh no, that happened to my aunt's cat, poor little thing. Yeah, that's a really scary thing to go through, um, because of how dangerous that can be. So I mean, if she's able to work through that without having to have surgery, that would be great. I don't really know how they get around that without having surgery. If it's like a scope or something. I have seen it before with cats where the cord gets wrapped around their tongue. So the reason that it creates a problem is because it's still connected to their tongue and then they swallow the cord and it goes down and then it creates that. So when it gets, if the vet can clip it, it relieves the tension on the cord. And I'm not saying, of course, that that's what happened to your cat. It just, I know that that is an unfortunately very common problem, especially with cats, because cats like to play with string and stuff. Skeleton says, my dad at 86 finally decided to quit changing his own oil. Took too long to get off the garage floor this time. Honestly, at 86, I think that's completely fair that he doesn't want to do that anymore. I'd be good on him for going that long. I mean, I can tell you, I was down crawling around, rolling around on the floor for a while. And when I got up, my shoulder hurt. So at 86, that's impressive. Swank says, it was a fun night. And Azag says Vegemite is mostly leftovers from brewing, like yeast, barley, as other vegetables mixed in, and is very nutritious. Okay, so that makes sense why people eat it since it's nutritious, but also makes sense why people don't like the flavor if it is kind of beery, yeasty. I don't know. I feel like I need to try it. I don't know how I'd feel about that. Maybe I'm secretly Australian. I don't know. Teresa says she seems better today. They wanted us to wait to see if she could eat, and she is. Okay, well, I am sending you all of the good, positive vibes that I can, that she is going to be perfectly okay. I want to believe. And Robert says, another great night. Thanks to our host. Oh, thank you. Hashtag capybara. I still need to get like a little thing in here. I keep going back and forth about what I'm going to do. I want to have like a little capybara mascot that I can put in the background somewhere of the video, but I haven't decided on what it would be yet. And Angel says, yeah, like me, who had 40 pages left. I was reading so fast during last night's sprints. Yeah, you were busting through. And I am proud of you for being in the sprint and still reading, because Kat and I we were giving it all away. You know, we were just like in the full spoilers. So I hope that nothing got like completely ruined for you too soon with 40 pages left. And Angela says, my biggest accomplishment is getting a haircut after 8 weeks. I don't like to drive on snow and ice, so I couldn't get an appointment to line up with the weather. Well, I'm happy that you were able to get in too, because if you're anything like me, Angela, and your hair is really short, you feel it the longer that you go. I mean, I get my haircut every 4 weeks. 4 weeks. And honestly, I could do it every 3 just to make it better, but I go 4 because I'm like, I can handle it. It'll be okay. I can deal with 4. 8, I would be I would be beside myself, because I know at that point my hair would just be an unruly mess. So I'm sorry you had to wait that long. And Zach says, the channel today I found out released the video about the history of Vegemite last week. It was 28 minutes long and interesting. I mostly got it to talk to Australians I watch. My plan is to radicalize the defectors who realize they made a mistake when they voted for the orange idiot. Oh, okay. I got you. Jamie says, that's great. It's a great feeling to not have to go to a mechanic. Yes, it is. Absolutely. But that's the thing. The whole reason I started working on my car is because I had too many guys try to screw me over, thinking that I was stupid and that I didn't know what they were talking about. And I educated myself, and I got to the point I was so educated that I went, I could do that. And then I got mad and I said, I am going to do that. So that's how I ended up here. If I get mad enough, I get like such a determination that it's like I'll just do it myself. You know, that's the feeling that I have. And Zach, I'm with you. I think I take it from a little bit of a different perspective where it's like I try to come at it as much from like kindness as I can. And I don't know the way that you handle it. Maybe you are like super nice about it. I don't know, but whenever people cuz I have people I work with who have openly told me they're like, "Yeah, I made a mistake." And I'm like, "Do you want to talk about it? Do you want to talk about why you feel that way?" So, yeah, it's rough. And Angel says, our 17-year-old dog, when she was around, we came home and she had tore open a 24-pack of toilet paper. All but one roll was shredded. It looked like it snowed in the house. Oh, no. See, Bubby Barker is obsessed. Toilet paper, tissues, napkins. If he can get one, he wants it. And he will eat as much of it as he possibly can. And we have had times where I'm there with like whole grain bread and like feeding it to him and giving him, you know, water in his food just to try to make sure that like he can pass all of it. And he always has. Fortunately, toilet paper has never made him sick. But yeah, that's not fun. The one time we did have to take him to the vet. Well, actually, he's had to go to the emergency vet multiple times because of the fact that he likes to get into stuff. But the worst time was the time that he got a hold of a dryer ball, like with those, you know, reusable wool dryer balls. And it had fallen out of the clothing. We had taken it out of the dryer, taken it over to the table to fold it, didn't realize that the dryer ball had rolled under the table. And after a while, I noticed that Barker was like mysteriously missing. I was like, where is he? Go and find him. And he had eaten like a third of that and shredded up another huge part of it. And we couldn't tell how much of it he had eaten, but I mean, it's solid wool. And I didn't know whether he was going to be able to pass it or not. So we had to take him to the emergency vet to have him throw up as much as he could. But the thing is they couldn't get all of it. So for, I mean, 2-3 days, I was obsessively watching him like every single time he had to go to the bathroom just to like find out at which point he had finally gotten through all of it. And that, yeah, that was really not fun. And JB said, good vibes to your kitty. Yes, all the good vibes. Angela says, thanks for the sprints and the good conversation. Have a great weekend ahead. You too. Thank you. Yes, my hair is short. I was ready to chop it off myself. I don't blame you. There was a point in my life where I had grown out my hair and I got so sick of it that I shaved my whole head. Yeah, so I respect that feeling. Been there myself. But I hope you have a wonderful evening. Get some rest and have a great weekend. Teresa says, thanks everyone. The cord she shit was about 5 inches long. Could you imagine? I told her to quit eating crazy shit. $600 kitty. Yeah. And that's the crazy thing is going to the emergency vet, you know, you're incentivized. If when your pet is sick, you're supposed to go to the emergency vet to make sure that they get the treatment they need. And then you get there and it's like highway robbery, but you do it because you love them. And that is the reason why I now have pet insurance. Because of the fact that Barker likes to eat stuff. And I'm treating it as, oh God, I better knock on something. I'm treating it as he, ever since I got the pet insurance, has not had to go back to the emergency vet. And I'm like, okay, maybe this is, maybe this is one of those, you know, have it and not need it situations. That's what I'm going with. Jimmy says, yeah, my dad taught me how to work on my car so I wouldn't get screwed. That's a good thing. My dad was the opposite. My dad told me that anything that was wrong with my car, I should take it to a mechanic and listen to them. And I did that for many years until I got old enough to realize that the people that I was talking to had absolutely no idea what the hell they were saying or were deliberately lying. I did get some of those, unfortunately, and I caught them in their lies. There was one that was just this is the only time in my life I've ever done this, because normally I'm a very like just let it go kind of person. I got so angry one time when I found out that a mechanic, I had taken my car in to get a wheel bearing replaced. Not only did the guy not replace the correct wheel bearing, he had put a zip tie on my axle boot that was leaking grease. And I drove 500 miles on it like that with a zip tie on it, and it just spewing grease everywhere, which is really dangerous. And I marched my ass in there and went and spoke to the shop manager. And I made sure that he knew that he was going to give me all of my money back. And I got $400 back. So they basically gave me a free wheel bearing. And they were lucky that I didn't do anything else because I was so angry. So yeah, that's not to say that there aren't good mechanics, because there are, and I've been to a couple of them, but I've found that the bulk of them are not, unfortunately. JB says, to this day, my kids and my friends call me with car issues. Yeah, my friend Cody did that one time to help him diagnose a problem he was having with his car, and I was able to tell him that it was a wheel bearing, and he went and got it replaced and fixed it right up. Faye says, I once had a cat that was always trying to eat tape. Ooh, we couldn't have boxes with tape anywhere he could possibly access it. Animals are weird. It's true. Sometimes I swear Barker has pica, but I asked my vet about it. I'm like, why does he like to get into stuff? And he told me it's just because he probably likes the taste, because otherwise Barker's very healthy, or at least appears to be. I hope he is. I give him all of his shots. You know, he's had his teeth cleaned. I do everything I can, and he still gets into mischief. I love him so. He's a little shit. Swank says, thanks for the sprints. Thank you, Swank, for coming and hanging out. Hope you have a great weekend. Zach says, I pulled a 20-inch piece of plastic out of my dog's butt that I didn't know she ate. She was fine. Oh, my God. 20 inches? Oh, yeah, that can be bad if you pull something that long out, because that can actually cause problems. So I'm glad that didn't when you got it out. Oh, my God. There was one time that, and this happened years ago. This was when I first got Barker, and he was a fresh puppy, just living large. I had rescued him, and I had him, I don't know, maybe 5 months at that point. And I lived in an apartment complex, and I had to pick up, their poop every time that they went out. And I always did. And I was really diligent about it. And one time I discovered that Barker, unbeknownst to me, don't know how he could have gotten it, because he didn't get it in my apartment. And I usually watched them like a hawk when I was walking them around. He managed to swallow a whole latex balloon, just a solid, unpunctured latex balloon. Was perfectly fine. I could not believe it. I was like, I had to laugh, because I was so scared when I realized that it had happened, and it was better for me probably to not have known. Teresa says, Zach, oh no, my grandfather's dog once ate his sock, and none of his grandkids wanted to walk the dog anymore. Vet said to grab it if it comes out. Yeah, some dogs eat pantyhose too. That's also not good. Jamie said, good for you. That's ridiculous. Yeah, you have to find a mechanic like you do a family doctor. So true. Faye says, one of my fish ate a long hair once and had to cut it loose at both ends. Not easy with the fish. Oh, so it wouldn't get pulled outside. The things pet lovers have to put up with. So accurate. And Skeleton says, I once drove my car not realizing the mechanic didn't put half the valve together right. Drove hundreds of miles on 4 cylinders until she gave up on me. Oh, I would be raging. Hell no. Oh, yeah, Jamie, about the balloon. Yeah, that was an adventure. I think if I remember correctly, I think it was pink. I think it was a pink polka dot balloon. And Zach says, I pulled the plastic out very slowly. It took almost half an hour. Okay, so that's good. You knew to take your time with it. So that's very good. Angel said, a cat loves balloon string and plastic bags. Oh, your cat loves balloon strings and plastic bags too. JB says, thanks for sprints. It's always a great way to end my work week. Well, thank you so much for coming, and I'm happy to be here. And I look forward to being here next week with everyone. Skeleton says, my mom was able to come by on her way home. She popped the hood and saw that there was a hole in the valve cover. She gave me a ride home, and Dad brought the trailer the next morning to haul the car. God, that's terrible. Now, there are certain things that happen that can be really just like traumatic. Things with pets, things with a car, like leaving you stranded. And you learn from that experience, and then it's like you're never the same. Like it creates new fears. I've had that with when my dog Ash passed away suddenly from cancer. I like got freaked out about Barker. I like everything was about his health. And now I've been able to reconcile that, like, of course, the like his health and her health were not the same. But I was really messed up for a long time after that. And the stuff with cars has been the same. Because I've had shredded tires on my car before, and that has been an adventure to try to get over that fear. But fortunately, knowing how to like change a tire and everything now has made that better. Teresa says, thanks everyone. Good night. Thank you, Teresa. And Faye says, night to you. And JB says, have a great weekend, everyone. You as well. Jill says, yes, love chatting to you all. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Angel. And yes, everybody have a wonderful evening, and I shall hopefully see you next week.